May 7th, 1988, the evening of Dr. Anne Marie Johnson's graduation celebration and all-out bash. This is on the way in to the party house.
Right. Making sure that you can, as the party goes along, make sure there's not lying around in hidden corners and stuff. Oh! Got it. Yes, right. Move the guests and all of us.
We're being taped. Did you show up with the chocolates and cake? And the strawberries, and you don't have to do anything, you just set them down after everybody's through with
Henry, where's the seafood set?
in the garage. It was too big for the oven.
Well, we'll sort of keep an eye on that so that you can help us.
Out of the room.
Oh, I see what you're going to do. Is that me in the room too?
Yeah.
Yeah, very good. Somebody's coming, like John Teleska.
All right. Great, and here's the music.
Come on in.
Welcome to Women Share. My name is Elizabeth Bourquet, your host for today, and Chris Grewell has joined us to co-host. Hi, Chris. How you doing?
Not too bad. And yourself?
Well, I'm just fine, thanks. We've got
Good.
something exciting for you here today.
Good. I'm interested.
We have Elizabeth Reed, who is a family therapist, who is from the Del Mar area, and we're going to learn about what family therapy is, who should go, when they should go, and all kinds of interesting things that we need to know as women.
Sounds great.
And if men are listening, for men too.
That's
Welcome,
right.
Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Welcome to Women Share.
Thank
and
you.
I know we've got an awful lot to share today. Family therapy is a word which we see written in magazines more often now, and I think probably we have a lot of people at home who have had an experience in family therapy, and other people who perhaps think that maybe they should have some family therapy and have definitely got the dial stuck right here. So we're going to talk about what family therapy is and what it isn't. What is family therapy? What is, I have your brochure here, and you say you do systems therapy, and that sounded more like a computer readout to me, so I thought maybe we'd better find out what's going on here. Tell us about systems therapy.
Well, systems family therapy is fairly new development in the area of psychotherapy, and we believe that people are part of a complex environment, and they're interdependent, and that lots of different aspects of what we do impacts and influences us, and that it's not really possible, although people do this, to go into individual therapy and change and not influence or impact other parts of your own environment.
So in other words, you're saying if I have a problem, I still have to go back and to interact with people that knew the old me. This must be more difficult to take the new me and put me back into society where everybody still expects the old me to
That's
come
right.
out. Is that sort of right?
That's it. Yeah, you got the idea. The idea
I'm
is
counting on you to jump in here.
you got the idea that as you change and grow, you also affect who you're with and the environment that you're in, and whether it's kids or a husband or your parents
Or your mother-in-law.
or whatever. That's right.
You could possibly have my mother-in-law come in as well. And
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm going to change my attitude and she's one of the people that I'm interacting with where there may have been a problem, it would be a good idea for you to sit down with both of us. Oh, you don't know what you're leaving yourself open to here. You must have some
Absolutely,
interesting
though,
sessions
no,
down at your place.
Yeah, we do have interesting. What I do is, if someone comes to me with a certain kind of difficulty, and they come and talk to me about it, I will ask them who helps them and who hinders them with that particular problem, and I will often invite those people to come in, often as
It's a
consultant.
loaded invitation.
That's right. They come as consultant helpers to me, not for therapy, but as consultants to me in helping this person change.
Are
And
most people willing to do something like that? This little consultant helper job?
generally, people are very willing to do that. They're concerned about the person as the person is concerned about themselves. And I think most people want to feel better and to grow and to change, and they want the people around them to feel well too. And so most people are very willing to help.
Do you think they come in because they want to tell their side of the story?
Sometimes.
We're
and
going to
that's
get even
part
with her, sort of thing.
Well, the thing is that, I mean, I think one of the things that is hard to understand is that everyone has their own side of the story, and every single side is true. And it's important.
And right to that particular
That's
person.
Depends
right.
on how you're looking at it.
That's right. I mean, everybody has their own particular perspective. And one of the things that I have in my office is a mirror. It's a one-way mirror.
Well, we're not going, are we?
And you can look at yourself in the mirror if that's what you're there for, but also it's sometimes I put family members on the other side of the mirror and to help look in and have different perspectives on different situations.
See it from a different view
That's
of
right.
what they really look like.
That's right. And the other thing is that interactions look different depending on how close you are to them and how distant you are from them. If you and I get into a fight, we can feel the intensity of the feeling and the energy
anger.
that builds up and all of that. But if you put a mirror in between us and look at it from a distance, what the person on the other side of the mirror can see is how we interacted with each other and maybe how we're going the wrong way and not resolving our argument, and the anger or whatever, the way we're going at it isn't getting us anywhere, it isn't productive, it's sort of sticking us in the same argument over and over again, and make suggestions as to what might be a different way to discuss that same problem.
Don't people often argue about the same thing over and over and over and over again? I hear people talking and they'll say, I have been arguing with my husband for, the 30 years we've been married.
That's the same thing.
I mean, you're not married yet. Doesn't that scare you, though, when you hear a statement like that you're going to argue over the same thing for 30
It is
years?
scary. That's a long time to be arguing about the same thing.
I think people really do that, and I think that one of the things about family therapy is that's pretty unnecessary. I mean, there really are ways of resolving those things. Now, some things you may just have to live with, but there are ways of breaking up those patterns. I mean, it's almost like a habit of interaction.
It's like having a fight and you hear about everything you did wrong for the last 20 years.
Throw in everything.
That's unfair, isn't it? Just in case people that I know are watching this. That's an unfair way to argue, isn't it? Dragging up the last 20 years of all the things you've done
I don't really
wrong.
talk to people about unfairness because I think that it isn't so much an issue of whether something's fair or right or wrong. And that's not the issue. The issue is, what do you want to accomplish? What are you trying to get across? And is there a more effective way to do it?
It sounds like business.
I know.
In some ways, it's true. I mean, there are things that happen in relationships that would go smoother if they were negotiated.
You're talking about negotiation.
Yeah,
It sounds
yeah,
like.
that's right. And it isn't business. I mean, because when you're intimate with people, it's not work in the sense of when you're working for money. It can be hard work to be intimate and be part of a family, but it's not business in that sense. It's family business.
What kind of family businesses, quote, would find their way down to your office? I know people are watching and thinking, well, we've got a problem with our son who doesn't want to do his homework. Is that something that I would go to see a family therapist about? Isn't that sort of silly? Isn't that sort of...
Seems so minor, like
Yeah.
something that you could deal with, but
Well,
I guess sometimes it's a
I
problem.
have trouble getting my son to do his homework, so I don't think it's
glad-
minor. I don't think that's a minor problem. I think that instilling a sense of responsibility in your kids and helping them cope with their own responsibilities at school, that's a big job. And parenting is a really big job. And so I think coming for parenting help is a real good reason to come. In fact, one of the things, I think most of the people in this area are pretty healthy. And my sense is that the idea for coming for family therapy is to get healthier. And a lot of times parenting is a place where people get stuck. And I like to help people when they want to do better parenting. I think staying in charge and being a model for kids is tough. It's very
Could it
hard
be
work.
as simple as having a day-to-day aggravation over the homework? I mean, is that something?
Sure.
Something as simple as that?
Sure,
That
absolutely.
people throw their hands up?
I think if anybody's throwing their hands up and really frustrated over a period of time, that there probably are things that perspective would help. That taking some time out, taking an hour away, and thinking it through, hopefully together, and with a spouse, if you're parenting together. If you're not, even if you're alone, some way of thinking it through separately and getting some perspective. And if not in therapy, talking it over with a friend or your own parent, somewhere where there's perspective if you're having a difficulty where you're getting stuck.
Some people have a difficult time admitting that they are not doing things really truly well as they see themselves as a parent. And you feel so ineffectual and so bad about yourself that you're, in quote, a bad parent. You may never say
you
this
don't
out
live
loud.
up to the standards of what a parent should
And
be.
especially if you've got a mother or another adult who was there when you were growing up and saying, well, when you were a child, you never got away with.
You
We have all of
did
these
this.
helpful in-laws, aunts and uncles who tell you how ineffectual you really are without saying that in words. And those things really hurt.
Yes. I think that right now, parenting is one of the most difficult things. I think there's a huge amount of pressure on parents. There's a huge amount of pressure on women who work, women who don't work. It doesn't really matter whether you're actually trying to work and balance a family or you're staying at home. And the expectations on what we're supposed to be able to accomplish as parents right now is so high, and that most of us spend some portion of our time feeling inept, bad about it, as if we're not doing enough good enough job. And
So if we're feeling bad about ourselves for anything, really, truly anything, you would be someone that we could come and talk to,
sure,
even if the rest of my family didn't want to.
sure, absolutely. You can come alone, absolutely. You can come alone. I think, though, that a passing feeling of feeling bad about yourself, if the next day you feel okay, is not reason to come for therapy. I think it's when it comes long term, when it gets stuck, when your frustrations build up, when you're worried, when you're particularly worried, or you're blah for a while. Then I say, yeah, come and get some help, come and get some new perspective. I think a passing feeling like that is regular and happens
Good.
happens to everybody,
better.
especially when it comes to parenting. Parenting is really a tough job right now.
How about deciding to become a parent? Do you
That's
find
that's
that
interesting.
people-
I find a lot more young women come to see me these days who are concerned about that. They're in careers. They don't know how they'll work it out, how they'll balance all the demands of a job and a baby and all those things.
Or
And
maybe
they can.
what about, are there people that come that have changed their mind? Maybe they said
They
when they
wanted
were
to-
courting their husband, or the husband was courting them, you see how equal it is nowadays, that, oh yes, we'll have children sometime during our marriage, and then you're married for maybe 4 or 5 years, and you've changed your mind. That must be really scary, something like that.
That's very hard. And I think that what generally happens is that it isn't so much that someone's changed their mind as they just don't know what they want to do. They really, sometimes they feel this way, sometimes they feel that way. We call it being ambivalent, and
Yes, and
that's a very ambivalent
once the seed
one.
is planted, it's like
That's right.
There's no turning back.
that's sort of it.
Yeah, but even after you're pregnant, you can feel ambivalent, and you can have a lot of mixed feelings about
think it's
the
good for
changes in
people
your
to know
bodies. And yeah,
They feel very, very happy that they're pregnant, and then as they become more
Bigger
and
and
more
bigger.
pregnant, I see this with a friend of ours right now. It's that she doesn't even want to look in the mirror at herself anymore.
yeah.
She's become something else, and she's really doing an awful lot of negative talk about herself.
I think that there's so much change that goes with that, and issues around fatness that are a big deal for women. I mean, you're not fat when you're pregnant. That's not what it is, but it feels like fat, and it makes it very difficult. I think there are just mixed feelings all the way through.
I think a lot of women that I've talked to, and I don't know if you've come across any in your young college life, but probably not, they had this glorious feeling about being a mother, and almost spiritualistic. And then all of a sudden, this baby comes into the world, and they don't feel that anymore. They have this little thing that does not want to be controlled and definitely has its own mind, even the first day after it's born. I mean, I remember with my first son, I thought, and here I was in nursing, and still I thought that I would be able to control this child more than I was able to do, which was very little at all, even to this day. But I couldn't believe that I didn't have this control, and it frightened me. And I wondered if you had seen other women that had gone through that.
Yes, I think it is quite scary to have a new child that's your responsibility, that isn't going to be under your control.
I truly thought that if I was very, very nice to him, and we were going to
He
have
would
this
obey, right?
we were going to have this logical mother-son relationship, and I was going to explain to him why we were going to do something. He was really going to buy into this, and it was absolutely incredible that he didn't buy into it at all.
Yeah.
And I felt extremely frustrated, and for a while there, I would say that I even didn't like him. There are times when I think I still have those feelings, and I feel almost guilty that I feel like that.
That you even had
I've
that
never
thought.
confessed this to anyone. But I
We're doing family therapy here.
But I think parents do feel guilty oftentimes that they feel these unpleasant feelings about members of their
See, I
family.
think that one of the things about being a parent is that you are stretched to your limits. You're pushed as far as you can go. You don't get to sleep. You don't eating. Eating is often sporadic. And when you're pushed to your limits, those feelings that we all have, and we've had them in our childhood, I mean, we didn't like things, whatever, those feelings do come. And I think that it's a matter of coping with them and getting some handle on what is possible, what isn't possible, and coming around to enjoying your children. But I think that the truth is that there are lots of things that kids do that aren't likable, and it isn't necessarily that you don't like the child, but you don't like what they're doing. You don't, and you want to figure out some ways to get them to cooperate with your families, to follow the rules in your family.
This is possible?
I think it is. It is possible, yeah. It's not easy, but it's possible. It's not possible 100% of the time. It's not. But it is possible to do things that you get the things that you really need.
Now,
Cooperation.
how young can we bring a child down to see you? I mean, what's the youngest child you've ever had in a family therapy group?
Oh, I've had newborns.
Newborns?
Yeah, sure. I've had parents come in with their newborns, but of course they were working on the process of whether or not to become. But they brought them, and that was part of the process. I deal with all ages of kids, so
So even if a parent had a toddler, they could possibly bring that toddler. It's a possibility that the toddler would be in for part of.
Part of the time, yeah. Generally what I do is, if it is a parenting difficulty, is bring the parents in and talk to the parents about it, and then have the child come and get to see the child and get to see what the child is like for these parents. I mean, kids are very different. They're all different kinds of kids. Some kids are very compliant and lovely and easygoing, and other kids are what I call willful. I mean, they have a lot of will, and they want their own way all the time. And those are tough kids. I have a kid like that, and he's tough, and he's a delight too. But I work, depending. I like to see what the kid is like and what the parents are dealing with, and then I'll work with the parent about what are appropriate steps.
I
to take the
suppose that
child.
there's someone out there who, I mean, just about all of us are in a family of some sort, but someone who has something specific they want to work on, such as an eating disorder or a habit that they truly want to break. Maybe they've got a problem with alcoholism, or they're taking prescribed drugs and they don't want to be taking them anymore. Could a person come to see you individually to work on a problem like that, or would the entire family have to be involved, because you sort of say family therapy on here?
Yeah, I would see an individual and work on individual problems like that. There are not very many situations, though, where if a person lives in a family where the family isn't affected, and where I would be at least interested in what effect the situation is having on the family. If someone is drinking, that affects everybody in the family. I think that if somebody wants to stop smoking, there may be ways that I would deal with them individually and have them come and work on that. Unless they're coming because someone else in the family wants them to stop smoking, and which happens a lot of times. I see teenagers.
And they don't want to stop.
That's right. That's right. I've seen teenagers where the family member wants them to stop smoking, but they don't want to. And then we deal with the family issues.
Do you find that people are coming to you when they have like a change in their life, like they're moving or they're changing jobs, or like you
That's
said,
really
they're having a
stressful.
baby or whatever? Do you find that's when they come to you, or do they just come when they feel that they need to talk to somebody?
The bus stops outside Elizabeth's office. It's off.
All those situations are very stressful. And I would encourage people to come at those kind of times when there's a big change, when they're anticipating one, or when one has happened.
Or if they'd like to have a change,
Or if
maybe
they're
they're
trying to
stuck
get a
in a
change.
certain spot and want
That's
to turn somewhere else rather than the way they're going.
That's right. Yeah.
I mean, like a job.
A job, maybe a school decision, whether you're going to continue, whether you're going to stay where you are.
Yep.
Any type of change is very stressful, isn't it?
It is. It is very stressful, and there are usually a lot of things to think about it. And my sense is that if people would come, I think mostly people come more when there's a crisis than when there are those kind of changes.
Midlife crisis.
Well, whatever. A death. Somebody gets pregnant that's not supposed to. Those kind of crises. Those are what bring people in a lot of times. But I think if people would think about coming when there are changes like that, if they think about coming sooner, that they might avoid some other crises. And I encourage people to come sooner rather than later. We were talking the other day about when is a good time for people to come, and my sense is that if you feel stuck, that's when to come. If you've felt blah for 4 months, for 6 months, and the same thing keeps happening over and over, that's when to come. If you're real worried or real angry all the time, that's a
Even
sign
if you
to
don't
come.
know what is making you
Even if you don't
angry.
know what it's about, that's right. I mean, I think that when something happens, a teenage daughter gets pregnant, then everybody can say, "Oh, we should do something." You
Yeah.
know, something's wrong here. You know. Well, there's a reaction, or someone is taking drugs. You can go, "Oh my God, something's
There's a
happening."
problem.
There's a problem.
Generally,
in
you
the
feel
family.
that you would feel a mood somewhat in the family. Maybe you have vibes that you're just, people at dinner are gritting their teeth instead of the way it used to be, with
That's
more
right.
or less happy.
That's right. I mean, that kind of if there's a lot of tension for whatever reasons, I think if a parent changes a job or has a significant change, that affects everybody in the family. And everyone probably has feelings and thoughts about it. And that there are some families that can really talk those things through. And then there are other families where the parents, despite a lot of stress, stay in charge and they continue to be the leader of the family and a model in the family. And those are all healthy things. I think if there's difficulty at all in talking something through.
I was just going to ask you that. Suppose that people never did have a very communicative home life, and even as a child, the way that they were brought up was virtually, they just didn't talk things out. Is it possible later in life to be able to develop the skills to be able to do that?
Sure it is.
That's
it
good
really
to know,
is.
isn't it?
I know. It seems like a long, hard, drawn-out
'Cause
process.
I think this is an excuse that a lot of people use for not going into therapy. Well, say, for instance, my husband or my wife was never able to express their feelings, so they're not going to be able to do it now, so therefore we're not going to be able to make things any better. And perhaps that could even lead down the road to a divorce where things could possibly, and we didn't even touch on that, people whose marriages are starting to get like this and they just sort of give up instead of,
Trying
looking.
something, yeah. I mean, I think that one of the things is that it's really not that easy to change. And I'm not saying that everyone can do it, but I think that there are a lot of things that are worth a try. And especially if things are going towards a divorce, I think it's worth a try to see if it's possible to get real communication going back into a relationship.
Even if a person never was communicative.
Even if they never were, sure, absolutely. Because what does that mean? I mean, it may mean that you just don't know how to read their communication.
They're
Could mean
communicating
that.
in a sense.
That's right. It could mean
Throwing the
that.
pots at
it
you,
could
that's
mean
a
that their
communication.
family style of communication is just very different than yours, and you never figured it out. And that with an outsider's perspective, that you could tell what this person, I might be able to see what the person's trying to get across.
Do you ever teach people how to argue?
Sure.
And I think that's important because there has to be ground rules, I would imagine, in having a good argument. And as a therapist, I'm sure you'd agree that a good argument is okay.
A good argument is important, and there are ground rules, and there are also just individual ways that people resolve issues. I mean, I think there are a lot of self-help books out on the market that teach people how to fight, and some of them are terrific. But my sense is that people really are very individual about what it is that makes it possible for them to resolve an argument with another person and what they need in terms of the steps that make it happen. And
So you have to take out your steps. We're going to have an argument here. Let's
Start with through 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, but I really do buy into that because I think oftentimes we don't know. We keep making the same mistake in an argument. We always get stuck, even in the argument, at the same place. And if people understood the dynamics in an atmosphere where perhaps there wasn't that adrenaline flowing, that they would be more successful in being able to have a good argument.
yeah, I think that's really true. And you know, part
Do you
of
have soundproof office?
yes,
Padded walls and chairs.
soundproof office. I do. It's soundproof and back and away and quiet, so that people can
How long
come.
is a session?
An individual I usually meet with for about 50 minutes, and a couple or family for about 60 minutes.
What do you think about that?
About an hour. Seems like I could talk forever sometimes, but
Really.
Isn't it often difficult to stop the session?
once you get somebody going.
Especially, do therapists have to sort of pick the point? I mean, leaving something, it would seem to me rather frightening to leave something hanging at the wrong point.
Yeah.
Do you ever have? I'm sure you have. I mean, you've been in therapy a long time.
I've been doing it a long
That's
time, and
scares,
that certainly
that's scary.
that happens. But I think that there's generally I see people over a period of time, for a number of weeks, whatever, and you learn as you get to know people how much. Also, I mean, a lot of that is in the person's own charge, how much they're going to say and how much they're going to reveal and how fast they want to go. That's it's really, it ought to be anyway, in their own charge. And I often say to clients, you know, if it seems like I'm pushing too hard on something, tell me to back off.
So
And
they have to
learn
develop
do
a
that.
relationship with you as well.
Yeah.
You almost become an auxiliary member of that family.
Yes, yeah, it is. I mean, you sort of, it's like we talk about adjoining but not taking up residence. I mean, I don't become member.
Move right into the bag.
We're going to show Elizabeth how to stop a session right here and leave it hanging in the air.
Just when we were getting to the good parts.
Well, that's just like in therapy when you get to the good parts.
I can't believe the time is gone.
I told you how nice it would be. I hope that you will come back because we would like to be able to discuss more
very
specific types of things. To our audience, I hope you've enjoyed this this session with Elizabeth Reed. And until next time, see you around. Welcome to Women Share. My name is Elizabeth Bourquet, your host for today. I have two special guests today. Lindy Gutman. Welcome, Lindy. Lindy is a family therapist from the Clifton Park area. And Elizabeth Reed, who some of you may have met before on our program. Elizabeth, family therapist in Delmar. Well, we got all that right. For a change, I got everybody's name correct on the first go. Yeah. Today we're going to talk about mother-daughter relationships. And this has got to be a very, very interesting program because there is nothing more interesting, I know, than my relationship with my mother, and I'm sure you have just as many interesting relationships with your mom, and I don't have any daughters. Do you have daughters?
I have two sons.
Two sons. Well, we're in the
But
same
I'm a daughter.
boat. You're a daughter.
You have two
a
sons.
daughter.
I have a daughter
two
who's
sons.
3.
I always thought my life was not going to be complete unless I had a daughter. Do most women think like that? Are women like really keen on having daughters? What is with this?
I think women are
business of-
different about that. That some have a lot of feeling about having a daughter, I mean, many, and some have a lot of feeling about having a son. People are different about what their desires are, kind of what, based on their own families, in terms of what they think a family should be and what they're looking for. People have different feelings. I think a lot of women want someone that replaces them.
Yes, and I hear more women saying they want to have daughters as opposed to a generation ago when women were supposed to have sons, or women were supposed to have sons for their husbands. And now I think women are saying much more proudly, or perhaps rebelliously, I want to have a daughter.
I was just, the Olympics are on right now, and we're having a lot of cultural programs from Korea. And I had learned the other day that when you have a son in Korea,
Yes, I saw
you take
that.
your son's name. I mean, that was, to me was absolutely...
The mother takes the son's
The mother takes
Uh-huh.
the son's name. So the son is the more valued of the offspring. So let's get into mother-daughter relationships. I see, where I work, a different type of mother-daughter relationship than perhaps you see in your practice. So why don't we talk a little bit more about the type of people you see in your practice. Who comes? Does someone say, I've got a problem with my mother, I'm going to see a family therapist?
Sometimes. Sometimes they do. There are times, I think, when there's a lot of intensity in mother-daughter relationships. And
There's
they will
certain
come.
ages when this is worse?
Yes, in the 20s and 30s. Well, that's also a time when people seek therapy for a lot of reasons. But I
What
think those-
happens in the mother-daughter relationship at the age of 20 or 30?
Well, there's a developmental task of defining yourself as a person when you're 20s and 30s. And doing that vis-a-vis your mom is usually a fairly difficult task. And there's a lot of difficulty when you're having your own children and issues and feelings around that often bring women in.
What other things do you think, Wendy?
Well, I think as a 20 or 30-year-old woman has a child, whether it's a son or a daughter, this changes her mother, because her mother now becomes a grandmother. So we have to look at what are the tasks for all of the people involved. So for a woman to stop being the mother and start being the grandmother has some advantages and some disadvantages. Lots of women really want to be grandmothers, and it may bring them closer to their daughters, but it also is a realignment. And certainly you hear a lot about women saying, I want to be my child's caretaker, and my mother doesn't think I'm a very good mother. So it's that sort of situation where you can see what the developmental tasks are. You can see how transitional periods in one's life are all coming to bear, and women may decide that's a good time to go and seek some therapy to figure out how to manage everything, managing a child.
And that's interesting. You said that.
mother.
I remember bringing my first son home from the hospital, and I was living in Canada at the time, up in Newfoundland. And as things will happen, my husband had been there for the birth, but then had gone to a meeting and was snowed in Chicago. So I was alone when I came home with the baby. And I remember the first thing I thought I needed to do was to call my mother. Not just to tell her how I was, but to make sure that I was doing everything correctly, despite the fact that she hadn't had a baby in about 27 years. I automatically thought that she was going to be right up to date on all of the things, and also I wanted to be a good mother in her eyes, despite the fact that she wasn't there. I do remember feeling like that maybe she wasn't going to approve.
See, I think there's a real dilemma between being loyal to your own family and to your mom and your own upbringing and establishing yourself. It's just, sometimes they seem very opposed to each other. So that while you're trying to get yourself all set up in Canada with your husband and your new child, you also have this old loyalty that you need to take care of. And it's hard, and it can be very difficult, but you do need to do both and move some ways, into your own family and establishing your own loyalties.
But in doing so, you also need to take a look at where you came from. It's natural to want your mother around, and I think that's probably right to say, let me remember where I was and where I came from, how my mother raised me, and to think, what do I want to keep that I know so well? What do I want to change? How do I want to change the way I am as a mother from the way my mother was as a mother to me? So that it's I like when you said we can do both, and I think we have to do both. There's a popular myth these days that the only way to establish your own identity is to cut off from your family, is to reject
Let
totally.
go. Your mother's got to let go of you. You got to. That's
That's
sort of
right.
thing.
You
know?
don't need her anymore.
You don't need her
Right, right,
anymore,
right.
and in fact, there's something the matter with you if you want to be close,
Right.
and especially in people who may go to therapy a lot or read books. They think that they should no longer have any needs for their parents, and I think that's natural. Look at the cultures where people are raised with extended families.
So you believe that the needs for the mother-daughter needs go right through the entire life process.
Yes, they do.
So a child
change,
of 60
but they
still needs the mother of 80.
I would not. If someone came to me and said, "I feel embarrassed that I still need my mother," I would probably try to help her with that. I wouldn't wouldn't impose that need, but I would certainly recognize it and encourage it if it's there.
I think that the connection, the way of maintaining a connection changes over the years. I mean, when you're small, when you're born, your connection is, with a cord, right? And you flip it. And when you're small, the connection is of a parent who cares for the child. That's one kind of connection. And you want the connection to grow and develop. But I think that's a very different thing than saying, we're going to just let you go.
And you have to look at it from the mother. The mother also, although she takes care of the child's need when the child is young, the mother continues to need her child too. What about the 80-year-old? the 80-year-old has some need to be near her daughter because this is the daughter she's raised. So we could look at that from
And she
both
might
angles.
need her for care.
She might need her for care.
Do mothers pull more in on the daughters than at the sons?
Yes, I think a lot of what we're seeing now with women in their middle ages having to take care of elderly parents, there's a lot that needs to be looked at, because it's difficult once you've raised your own children and you think you have an empty nest to realize that your own parents need you.
Do you think that a mother, I know that we can't really generalize about this, but knowing mother-daughter relationships, would a mother be more comfortable in her elder years being with her daughter or being with her son? I mean, let's take for granted that the daughter-in-law doesn't hate the mother, okay? So let's just sort of put
Take that for granted.
we'll just take that for granted. What I'm trying to get at, is there a preference for the mother-daughter relationship or the mother-son relationship as we get into the aging process?
I think it depends on whether or not that process of remaining connected how it has gone and how the growth and development has gone. I mean, if mom and daughter are still what I call fused and fuming and fighting and always arguing.
Fuse sounds good. Now wait a minute.
Well,
This
no,
doesn't sound like a good fusion that you're discussing
I'm talking
here.
about fuse where the issue is, always fighting in some level about who's doing the most taking care of. Have you taken enough care of me? Have I taken enough care of you? They're just always fighting about that. Then, when it gets to be 60 and 80 and the mom needs to come into that daughter's house, it's not going to be an easy time. It's going to be very difficult and unpleasant. And it's not a good idea, probably because the development hasn't happened. The forgiveness hasn't happened of the daughter forgiving the mother for not caring for her sufficiently, because it's not possible. I mean, what we expect of our moms is much, much beyond what's possible for any human woman. And so we have to forgive them. And if that hasn't happened at all, then that kind of an alliance at that age is going to be just dreadful.
Yeah, it's so important that you brought that up, because the society expects outrageous amounts of caring from women, and women are supposed to, I read someplace that our little ones tantrum because we cannot read their minds before they express them. And I think we in some sense expect our mothers forever to know what we want and to give it. And so we have to look at that, and one time that we look at that is when we are mothers and we say, I cannot manage all the things that I'm supposed to do, but women are supposed to be paragons of giving and taking care of other people.
I have a question to ask you about expectations that mothers have of daughters. We're labeled from the time that we're probably the first moment the parent sees us when we're in the bassinet. I was always, Elizabeth, I was a very, very good girl. I used to really question this when I was alone. Was I really good? I didn't really feel too good as I stuck pins in my dolls and things, but I was always a good girl. Now, as I grew older, I really wanted to establish my own identity, which was not placed upon me by my mother especially. What does a daughter do to allow the mother to see that she's not exactly the way that the mother thought or made her out to be as she was growing up?
I think that's a question that every generation has to deal with. And I really believe that looking at it as a question for all ages helps us not to think that it's just between me and my mother and that we're locked or fused into a struggle, but to realize that for every generation, women have to deal with that question. Our mothers dealt with the same question of their mothers. So
What do you tell your clients?
I ask my clients to look at how their mothers, how it was one generation above it. I mean,
I
I
think the thing that I try to do is keep them talking somehow,
Yes.
in any way, to get the mother and daughter talking about those issues with each other as much as possible.
Right, and we would hope in a way that the mother can interview her mother about the way her mother was, so that you look at it as a question over time.
So if my mother doesn't like my behavior, I should ask her to look at her own relationship with her mother.
Or I might ask you to look at, did your mother please her mother, and didn't she, so that we could sort of come to a point of saying, isn't this an issue that all of us have? That because the expectations for women are so difficult, and that because they change every generation as feminist issues cycle through the history, what the choices that women make are always difficult. How much time do we devote to our marriages and our children, and how much time do we devote to our careers? And this is a question that every generation has to answer. And every generation has to struggle with those issues. And this
Let's
is the
get
point
into
of,
pleasing here a little
Okay.
bit. Are women more pulled into this pleasing aspect than men?
My
Yes.
sense is that we are pushed to more of an extreme. That really everyone that I work with struggles with pleasing issues, men and women. But there seems to be a more extreme pull to be the pleaser, the smoother outers, the nurturers, and the ones who make interactions go well in families among women. I think that's slowly beginning to change some. But still, I think the legacy is that that's our job. That's what we do, and we have to learn how to do that. We have to be the one who knows what's in the child's mind before they tantrum. I mean, I think that the pull for that is always there for women, are still there, and hopefully not always going to be there.
maybe not always, and not always to this extent, but that's the issue that I see over and over again with women who I might want to coach in terms of dealing with their mothers. The worry is, I can't disturb mom, I can't upset her, I have to continue to protect her. It's something that you can see when you look at really problematic situations where you see alcoholism and sexual abuse and that sort of situation. But you see it in a much lesser degree in lots and lots of families, which is mother is there to be taken care of, don't upset mom. And that's sometimes said overtly by dad, don't upset your mother, or all the ideas that a daughter's a daughter all her life. and
Let's
so
talk a
forth.
little bit this business of upsetting mom. I have a friend who tells me that she sits down and talks with her mother about issues that are really bothering her. And whenever she gets really into, and it may not even be personally addressing anything with the mother will start to talk about what she's knitting, how many stitches to the inch, what she's embroidering, and completely changes the subject right around.
And the daughter, my guess, takes that and feels hurt by it.
Yes.
And doesn't see that mom's anxious, that mom's worried about something, that mom can't somehow get enough distance to understand that that means something's going on with mom over here, not a criticism of daughter. But somehow I think what happens is that we take our mom's anxieties and turn them into criticisms of ourselves.
So you think that the mother is anxious about some other issue, that she's not really listening, or?
No, I think she may well be listening very closely to something which is of serious concern to the daughter. And the mother expresses her anxiety by distracting herself or perhaps trying to change the subject. But I think it's because the mother is so closely connected, and the mother feels the daughter's anxiety. And then the mother has her own anxiety, and then the daughter feels the mother's anxiety.
I see.
So they are in fact very close at that moment, but what they do is mutually move away from the subject.
Well, what, as therapists, will you tell this poor woman to do? What does one do at a moment like this?
The
It's like
daughter.
not a one-time thing. Well, I guess the daughter would be the person that would have to make the move, since the mother obviously is just going to keep knitting.
Well, if the mother, the older woman, came for therapy, and she said, I try to sit down with my daughter, and sometimes I pick up my knitting, and at some point, or she might not see the knitting as the issue, but she'd say, I try to talk to my daughter, and then I suddenly feel that I don't say anything wrong, and she shuts down and she gets angry at me, and I never know what to say to her, so that I can tell her that I'm pleased, and I feel that she's angry at me all the time, and I don't know why, and I want to listen to her.
I mean, she may be picking up her knitting so she doesn't say anything wrong. 'Cause
Yes.
she's afraid she's going to say something that would make the daughter mad or get some different reaction that she used to get that she's trying to avoid.
Yes, I think that's very important.
And the
I think-
daughter, I think the thing you would say to the daughter is to ask gently, do you want to hear more about this, Mom? Are you interested in this? And it could be, the thing I say to daughters that you do need to be respectful, because there are things that are of concern to your parents that are in some ways, at that moment anyway, too difficult to discuss. And you may need to wait and try again another time. I mean, because often you don't know all that's going on in the mother's life.
I
That
see.
might be very painful or difficult to hear a certain thing at a certain time.
And I think sometimes we want our mothers just to listen and to give us approval, unqualified approval, and our mothers may not have the same, may not have that fantasy idea, that opinion, which is, of course, darling, you're doing everything absolutely right. So that it's a situation like when women complain their husbands don't talk, and then suddenly the husband starts talking, the wife doesn't like what she's hearing. And it's maybe the same situation with mothers and daughters. You know, the mother may say, "Well, I think you may not be seeing the whole picture, or I have a different opinion from you." It ties back into our idea that we expect of our mothers not only to listen, but to agree with everything that we're doing. And as adult women, and especially for older generation women now, who are saying, "I am not going to be always a doormat or submissive, or just say yes, darling. You know, I'm your perfect mother."
Could the mother also see this as a criticism of the way that she is or was?
Yes, because and also it may come out very overtly as criticism. The mother, the two of them may be talking, and then suddenly the daughter may say, "Why are you always so critical of me, and why don't you do what I want you to do at this point?" So that the topic gets lost, and the intimacy, which is really there, may be covered over. It's not
Perhaps the
lost.
mother didn't want to be a doormat either, but didn't quite know how to get out of the situation, and perhaps she thinks that that's a criticism of herself, which must be very difficult to take from your daughter.
Yeah. And also because the generations change, because they change and they also are the same, that perhaps the same issues that the mother dealt with, say, in her marriage or in the conflicts between work and home, the daughter may do it at a younger age or in a different way, but I think it's often the same struggle. And because it may be a very personal issue to the mother, suppose the daughter is talking about marital problems, and the mother may recognize her own patterns in the daughter, and so she's uncomfortable because these are her own issues.
So she feels responsible.
She feels responsible, and yes, and perhaps very hopeful that her daughter will do it differently or better, and yet she's in a difficult position because she might want to give her daughter her advice, but the daughter, of course, may reject it. "Well, Mom, look what you did. You never left Dad when he was abusing you," or whatever.
And
I
that
think
could
there's
bring up a lot
another,
of
I mean,
pain.
there's also, there are stages that are difficult, and when an adolescent, you have a teenage daughter, and the mother is 45 or 50 and heading in towards menopause. Teenage years are about testing out and making adventures and, testing out your judgment and being aggressive in some ways and trying things out. And when you're 45 to 50, the issues are reflection, there's doubt, there's a lot of doubt. You have to go through and think through what you've been through so far and kind of look at your limitations and say, okay,
So
well,
don't
I've done
be a mother
this.
of a teenager at menopause.
It's tough. It's very tough because you have this very, very critical child who is testing everything and was going to criticize everything, and you have your own self-doubts. It's a very difficult period.
What do you recommend to families who have that sort of situation? And I think on the program when I had you before, we discussed the famous family dinner, which I think is such a lark. Only on television are these nice things. I think family dinner is, it's like the arena for fights and disagreements.
And always in shorthand. You go from one topic immediately into the fight, which is over in a second, and there's a big blow up.
Never figure how people could eat at these occasions. It's like very uncomfortable. You sit down with this teenage daughter and you get all this flack. What do you recommend people do at these family dinners while all this is going on?
I think it depends on.
Take a deep breath. That's what Lindy just did. Take a deep breath.
It depends on who's coming to me and how that person views the situation. What's the presenting problem? People don't come in and say, "My family is in chaos," and say nothing else.
We can't eat dinner together.
Okay, what's the particular issue? Is it the child's problem? And I think.
I think some kids, don't they just wait to get to the family dinner table to bring this because it's like a safer place than approaching a parent on their own about something?
It may be, but I think that that's
I think
would be
actually
good
it's a sign of a healthy family. That's
Yes.
exactly what I was going
Yes,
to say.
because I would say if mother and
that
daughter
they bring it
say the same
there.
thing.
Yeah, I mean it really is. If you have a family life where you can bring things and you have a forum for bringing things and dealing with things, that's a really good sign. And it's not fun. It's not a fun way to deal with it. But I think kids need to come and test things out with you. And it's good if they do it at dinner. It's better to do it there than have to do it all. I mean, they can do it out in the world too, but have to do it all out in the world. That's harder. Much harder for the kid.
And I'm also saying that it's important to do it, if the child waits till the family dinner, that means that everybody should be there, and the kid is saying in some sense, I'm not just going to take you off, mom. It's not just mother-daughter, but it's always a triangle. It's always that the husband is involved as a father and as a husband. So if you have two people who are locked into some kind of fight, there's a third person always involved. There's always dad involved. If dad has an opinion, he has a position in there.
Generally, Dad wants to have dinner and to stop all this that's going on at the table. And for some reason, in most households that I've heard of this going on, Dad expects Mother to do the impossible and to make it all right, so that this is the family like right off of television, so he can have a peaceful dinner.
Well, that's another way in which mothers and daughters get locked into intimacy and try to take care of each other's needs in ways that are not going to work. The husband may want to have a peaceful dinner, and that might be a reasonable expectation. But if there's an issue to be discussed, let's finish dinner and continue the discussion. And I mean, I think it's a perfect example of everyone realizing that Dad just wants to be left alone. Well, so and the daughter recognizes in some sense that Mom is not going to get her needs met by a husband who says, my object in this marriage is to be left alone. So that's when the daughter moves in, gets too close to Mom, and they start getting involved in perhaps endless fights. And it keeps both of them company. It keeps Mother company, but the daughter's giving up her own needs.
A lot of the folks that are coming into my office, though, I think, who have this complaint are the women who are coming in to say that it's not okay with them, that their husband just wants peace and quiet, and they're not willing to have him just, sit there and demand that. And they're now saying, if you want that, you have to do what you have to take some part. And I'm seeing that more and more. And I guess that's an interesting thing. I think that one of the things that happens to these same women when they go to their moms, their mother said, well, we just kept peace and quiet. That's what we did.
Right.
That was our
That's
job.
right.
We kept peace and quiet. And the daughters are now saying, I'm not willing to do that. And I really want my husband to be different.
Right. And they want to say, let's make I see how you did it, and it might have worked for you, but I want to do it differently.
Yeah.
And so there is some wisdom that the mothers have. Again, that's the kind of issue that is repeated, that's the same, but we can make it different because the generations can make it different.
I think it would be great, and I don't know if there's any way to sort of get it across, that it's, at least the thing that we get in terms of some perspective and distance, and not that we can do this with our own families, but is that we can see that the dilemma of the mom and the dilemma of the daughter is the same.
Exactly.
And that they could problem solve together.
Yes.
If they can get over being so anxious with each other.
Yes.
And get over a sense of criticism and blame and
Right.
fault and all
Right.
of that they really can problem solve together.
Exactly.
Psychology in a nutshell. We're coming, believe it or not, to the end of our half an hour. A hint on how to control this anxiety between mother and daughter.
I don't know that it can be controlled, but I think it could be accepted. Again, it's a way of, if your mother is anxious, it's because she's a whole person. It's because she has other aspects to her life.
So you're saying that anxiety is a normal...
It's a normal reaction.
It can be accepted, it can be forgiven, it can be recognized as part of the way you are, too. I'm anxious, too, and she's anxious, and that can all lead to more problem solving.
And also anxiety may be a natural a thing that happens when you go into a new situation. So perhaps Mom is anxious because she's learning something new or trying something new, as you said, trying not to criticize her daughter. But her anxiety is her willingness to be courageous and to move forward despite her anxiety.
For the one question everybody at home is sitting on their edge of the seats and wants to know, it's all right to criticize your mother?
I can't help it. We can't help having
go on.
critical thoughts.
We'll go on record. We may have critical thoughts, but is it all right to let them out?
I don't recommend the confrontation of the parent as a means to anything but more unhappiness. That's why what we try to do is to have a positive framework and to help people look at the strengths in the previous generation, not just give them a forum in my office for criticism, but in fact, the way
what I tell parents with young children is that they need to say at least 6 positive things for any 1 negative thing they want heard.
I don't have time for 6 positive things. We'll have to do another program on that. I think our audience really enjoyed having you. Lindsay, thank you for coming.
Thank
Lindy,
you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you very much.
I knew I would do it once before the program
I
was
appreciate
over.
the
And
correction.
Elizabeth, thanks again.
Yeah.
We will have to do this again. To our audience, I hope you enjoyed this. Go off now and have a really good afternoon with your mother or with your daughter, and we'll see you next time. Bye for now. Welcome to Women's Share, and I'm about ready to pull my hair out. We're going to talk today about Christmas and the holidays and Hanukkah and all the things and New Year's that come up around the holidays. And I have Elizabeth Reed, a family therapist here, who's going to help us all hold ourselves together to get through this and to tell us why we should be happier, why we are so miserable, and that probably there's plenty of miserable people around besides myself getting ready for the holidays. And let's begin. Actually, Elizabeth brought in this very nice
First of all, let me thank
envelope
you for
here.
let me thank you for inviting me.
Don't interrupt me. Around the holidays, you can't be interrupted.
I need to thank you because it really has given me an early opportunity to think about the holidays, and I need to too.
And that's why you're so spaced out today? I had to laugh. You came in with this envelope. People will absolutely recognize things like this tattered envelope. This was the things we make sure we want to cover today. And I think when we were doing our sort of little warm-up that we generally do before the program and talking about what we're going to discuss, I think we got down like 3 items, and we were just so into this business of the holidays and what it does to everybody. And let's get started. Hopefully, focus is the holidays. People who are listening, we're not going to give a whole lot of the way to solve all this. I don't think we talked about too much about solving things. What made me feel better?
It's hard to solve. It's hard to solve in terms of to cope with all the feelings that come with the holidays.
But you know what made me feel better? And I just thought about this instant, which is the way I generally think, on the instant. I think I felt better because we were talking about it. And maybe that's just one of the things that people can do, not to keep it so intense and to keep up this image. We were talking about images, and I'm going to start the program off by saying that I've always thought that I was imperfect, more imperfect than usual around the holidays because I was never able to give my family, now listen to the way I'm going to word this, that perfect Better Homes and Garden Christmas experience where at the end on Christmas Day I would be standing in this lovely velvet gown with perhaps a little bit of lace or, as you were saying, a bow on the shoulder.
Bows on the shoulders.
For the family photograph with all these very nice, clean-looking, neat children and a very happy husband standing in front of the fireplace and everything perfect. It's never happened. And I won't say how old I am, but I've been trying for a long time. Is that I don't even buy those books anymore because I find that they just they keep reminding me of how imperfect I am. What do you have to say to this?
Well, I think the thing that I would say is that, the reason I wanted to thank you is because it reminds me, I always come at Christmas to the sort of open-eyed, childlike sense, like it's going to be, this year it'll be magic that I missed all the years before. It's never really been magic.
So you go for perfection every year again? It's like a new go at perfection?
That's right, and I think you have to, there's so much that stimulates that. The media, there's everything, all of ourselves, that stimulates that we need an opportunity. I need the opportunity to think again. Okay, I'm a grown-up. If there's going to be magic, I have to make it.
Oh, but what? That's so hard.
I know.
Isn't that a big responsibility?
It's too
making magic.
That's right. You can't, right? You can't really make it. So, and then to think through for yourself, for me, the things that I really find satisfying, that I really find that fill me, make me feel with have a sense of abundance, are not usually what we do at Christmas time. And so then I need to adjust that and try and get things into Christmas that are more like that for me.
Do you know where I get a real stimulus thinking about Christmas? Thinking about it being over. When I'm thinking about planning for Christmas, I always think the images that come into my mind are putting the tree, getting the tree out of the house. Generally, we have a tree. For some reason, all of the needles fall off, and there's a big mess. In fact, I think probably if you were to come to my house today, we would find without too much trouble needles from some previous tree that I haven't gotten completely. They just seem to multiply somewhere
Right,
and come back
grow
into
all
the house.
year.
I mean, I really do. When I visualize Christmas, the visualizations for me are getting it all finished and away, and it really bothers me that I think like that. I feel that something's really wrong with me because I think about getting everything finished and over, and so I'm not really enjoying the process.
From my perspective, I think that it means you have a full life, Elizabeth, and that this added thing is probably both pleasant and burdensome, and that when you put your Christmas tree away, you're saying, oh, we get to go back to regular life. And hopefully, your regular life is enough generally. And
yeah, it's quite enough.
Yeah,
and
that's
in fact,
right.
this is almost like an annoyance. In fact, I was thinking one year, wouldn't it be nice not to have it? Mm-hmm. And there's just no way you can not have it.
No, and I think almost everyone has years when they wish that it wasn't there, and then other years that are different. I mean, that's what I at least hope for people, that they can use it as a time of looking and assessing and seeing how they've changed over the years, and for some sense of growth and whatever. I mean, I think there probably are many years where you would wish that it wasn't there, but then there are other years where you could make it a nice moment for yourselves. There are probably, for many people, though, many, many years are lonely years. There's things that are associated with the holidays where they feel a lot of loneliness and sadness. And so I think the main thing that happens is that's stressful is that there's such an intensifying of feelings. And to say, oh, I get to put my tree away, it's to say, I get to go back to regular feelings and to regular life.
Regular, normal, everyday, stressful life as opposed to super stress.
Yeah.
Super mom. Big problem, this business of super mom. And we're doing this on Women's Share because I specifically wanted for women to tune into this program and to address this thing of super mom around the holidays. I think maybe a lot of people have gotten their business of working, their normal life now is a working mom and being able to handle all of the things that go on, and we know how to delegate very, very nicely, some of us at least, during our normal life, but come around the holidays, I mean, the idea that someone else should do the things that you have always done traditionally for the family. Mm-hmm. Very hard to let go of those things.
Yes, yes.
Very hard to share.
That's right, and I think that's really true. I think the same, there's equal difficulties for moms who don't work as there are for moms who work, around the holidays.
Sure, if you don't work, you're required to make 100 different types of Christmas cookies because all of these books, I mean, they are so funny, the
That's
women's
right.
magazines.
And then, you know, it's the whole sense that you have of, have I done enough? If you're working, you're sure you haven't done enough.
Oh, never.
And if you're home, you're also sure you haven't done enough. I mean, you feel you have to do more and more and more. And, you know, there's...
I didn't know there was that many kind of cookies.
Really?
I saw this the other day on this magazine. It was 75 never published before holiday cookies. I can't imagine where they found 75 never published before recipes for cookies.
That's right.
It's like, so what? In the beginning, I was really impressed when I saw that, and I picked up the magazine thinking, how many could I memorize in the shopping line? Because I didn't feel like buying the magazine. And then I opened it, and I said, I've seen these cookies before, first of all. And second of all, I truly didn't want to make them. But yet there was something that said to me, my initial voice inside said to me, oh, you should make at least 10 of these never published before cookies because your family will never have them if you don't do them. Does this sound like a familiar little
Sure.
mind talk?
Absolutely, absolutely.
This is what a perfect mother would do, isn't it?
And I think that's probably, I mean, well, getting back to perfect and magic and trying to be sort of more than we can possibly be. And how to, and the thing that I was working with a client this week who has 35 gifts to buy for her family members, and she and I were trying to think about, you know, how could she get that more realistic?
You pay for this for the entire year.
That's right. I mean, that's what she was saying. You know, her husband didn't want her to get them in debt for Christmas. Didn't want that to happen, but she felt that she had to. I mean, this was her only opportunity to give to her family and to be that giving. And I mean, I think, you know, you were saying before that a lot of times when people open the gift, they're not pleased with it. They're not happy. And how wrapped up we can get up in...
Well, we get very wrapped up in...
wrapped up.
Literally wrapped up in our choices of things because we get very personally involved with our relationship as we're picking the gift. Wouldn't that be a fair way to look at it?
Yeah.
And then, if the other person doesn't perceive it as we do, that really hurts.
That's right.
Did you ever have that experience where you gave a gift that you were like really hyped
Sure.
up about, and then the other person looked at it and said, well, you know, that's nice, and put it over here? And
That's right. And I think that the thing is that there isn't anything material that you can give that expresses really your connection with someone else. And I think that's one of the dilemmas I always find. And I can't find something that would tell somebody how much I love them, how much I care about them. So that all the focus goes there. And if you could focus more on actually trying to improve the connection you have with a person, or let the person know how you feel about them and that connection, it might be a better Christmas.
Little note saying, I'd really like to tell you how I feel about you. I wonder if they'd be impressed with me.
Some people might like it better, than, you know, and that at least from my perspective, it would be a better use of our energies. You know, I think that one of the things that I do a lot with clients is have them try and use Christmas and holiday times as an opportunity to get to know their families better, to get their families to understand the changes and the growth that they're making in treatment. And that can be stressful too, but then the holidays are seen more as an opportunity for change and for making some things go differently in their lives. And that gives them a little different sort of edge on it,
You know,
I
it
guess.
just sort of poked up in my head again. I was thinking about my own children. They're no longer children. They're 20 and 21 years old. Something that they say, I see a disappointment in the kids at the holiday, and they say it's not the same as when we were little. And as a parent, I know thinking about the holidays coming up, I was thinking, gee, what can I do that will make it a better Christmas for them? And then it just dawned on me while we were talking right now that that's a growth thing for them, and that's their experience. they're missing that supreme excitement that they had when they were little, and there's no way
That's
can
right.
really make that happen again. It wouldn't matter if I could buy them the most intense stereo system in the world.
That's right.
It wouldn't make that happen again.
That's right.
Do you find that people try to give those feelings to people, and we're so disappointed because we can't make it happen?
That's right. I mean, I think that's really right. I think the image of, the gifts all wrapped up and all the fantasy that we have about what's in there, and then when they're unwrapped and they're...
They don't look as good when they're unwrapped.
Yeah, that
There's
image...
something about a shirt that doesn't really do it when it's unwrapped.
That's right. That's right. It just sort of doesn't. And I think actually that kids experience that as well. And that one of the things that your job as a parent, I mean, all along, and even with the 21 and 20-year-old, is to say, to help us look at that disappointment and that sort of lowering of, what you need is some lowering of expectations and a more realistic sense of what really does nurture you, what really does fill you up and excite you and make your life enjoyable.
Any of your clients ever have kids that count their Christmas presents? They're under the tree as they're wrapped in. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You only have 4.
Yeah.
It's like they don't love you as much.
Yes, that's right. All of that happens, and I think that's all left over from, kids who actually do that count and try to say, they're trying to measure love, and that's not what it's about, but that's, as kids,
What
we
would
do
we
that.
say to parents if their kids are doing something like that? I remember being horrified one year when my kids counted their Christmas presents, and they started this, I have more than she, and why does he have more? And I was horrified. I felt that I could have truly, truly spanked both of them and sent them to their room and taken all their presents and thrown them in the snow. I mean, that's how angry I was. I didn't really know what to say to them. I was very angry with them, but I didn't know how to express it.
I think it's very frustrating because what they're saying is that, and I think it feels this way to many people, that love is a competitive item, it's a scarce item, and that you have to compete for your parents' love and affection. And, this means I got more than you do or whatever.
I felt that I really, truly was an awful mother when that happened. I felt that I went wrong somewhere along the way in bringing
See, I
them
don't
up.
think so.
It all
I
came
think that-
back to me right at
Yeah.
that moment. It was an awful feeling. In fact,
See,
I
I
feel
don't-
awful now telling you about it.
Yeah, well, I don't think you were an awful mother. I think that all of us go through that feeling, and that kids need to grow and develop out of that. You want to try and move out of that, but I think we all have that
Well,
kind
what
of
does a
feeling.
mother say? We need a spot here.
What does Mom say?
At a moment like that?
Well, I would hope
As
she would.
scissors through
Yeah,
her,
I mean,
grits through
well,
her teeth.
I don't often say, what does a mom say? Because every single family has their own language of how they need to say something. So I'd hope she'd say something like, my love is abundant. There's plenty around, and you don't have to compete for it. I hope she'd say something like that. But every family is different, and that might work in my family
I'm
because
saying
people.
I spent $69.98 on both of you. Now shut up and go to your room.
That might work. That might work in some.
Take out your little tabulation
Really?
where you've already added it
That
up.
might be, it might be the thing that in that particular family at that particular moment, you might need to say, quit being brats. That might be the right language for that moment.
Brats. Whoa, I never think I'd hear the family therapist say that. Nice little word.
Well, kids
No,
can
but-
be brats.
Oh, no, absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and I guess that's what I'm saying.
painful
I'm very cautious, about specific advice because I've heard a lot of
understand what
people.
you're saying.
Well, I've heard a lot of people give a lot of different kinds of advice, and it's not very usable necessarily in a particular family because every family has sort of very different styles and sense of what's right for them. And in my family, it was okay, lightly, to call the kids brats. Some families, it would not be okay. It would be a very grave thing to say. And you wouldn't want anybody to say that. And it depends on the rules in your family. My family has a certain looseness to it, so we say things like that. We call the kids rascals and things like that. But It really
I
depends.
think what's important is that you're telling me, though, as a mother, I shouldn't have been quite so hard on myself. I think we are, women especially, are terribly hard on ourselves at the holidays. We take on this tremendous burden to make all this wonderful magic, as we were calling it before, happen for everybody. Now, how about this business of now when you go home as a grown woman to your own home, and there's your mother and father, perhaps, and all of a sudden, you're their little girl again. It feels peculiar.
It is, because you're used to being a mother and wife, and that's a certain kind of role and takes a certain kind of responsibilities. And if you've done that for all year, and then to go and be a daughter, the complexity of those switches are very burdensome and difficult too. I was actually working with a woman who's in her late 60s over the last couple of weeks about trying to, she was telling me that when her children come home, they expect her to be mom, and they expect her to put on a huge meal and do all this stuff, and they want to be, when they come home, they want to be kids. And I said, well, I wonder about that. I wonder if they really want, or whether you should ask them whether they don't want to bring home some of their other roles, where they wouldn't want to see you want you to see them as, a wife and mother, and to see how well they're doing.
I see with my husband, though, too, that when the boys come home from college, that perhaps he expects them to be the people that they were before they went to college. It's like we don't get to see them, and then they come in, and this is like a hotel. They're here, and the next thing they're out the door, and they've gone to see their friends. And I think sometimes that hurts, because they have come home, they just drop their bags and giving you a hug, and then they're out to see their friends. And it's like you have also had expectations about your family coming home, and they're not fulfilled.
I think that's right. This whole thing and all the anticipation, it's sort of like the anticipation has, like, things will be wonderful, and also I think we also know that our feelings can get hurt. So that there's this huge sense of this time in terms of both pain and pleasure. And somehow, if you could remember this year, that when my kids come home, when my kids come home, really they're going to be out the door to see their friends. I know that. And what do I want to do to make sure that it's a fun time for me? Whether the kids are there or not, or do I want to make...
Think about yourself during the holidays?
Yes, I am. I would say that. Of course, I think we were sort of headed that direction, but especially for women, I would say, think about yourself. Think about what's going to be fun for you. And in fact, I think I would definitely say that if you have a good time, probably everyone else will have a good time too. And if
be so delighted that you're having a good time, it'll just all rub off.
It will help.
Sometimes I think I pass the mirror during the holidays, and I look like a frazzled grouch. Right? Especially like the week before Christmas. I look in the mirror, and it's very, very un-Christmassy to see the way, or very un-holiday-like, to see the way that I look. In fact, if parents or anyone would hear themselves speak, just listen to their own language around the holidays. Get out of my way, don't you know I have a lot of things to do? Very, very, very un-holiday-like, speaking to the family. We have no time to cook. What do you expect of me? Get out of my way again, the whole 10 yards. And we've got to make everybody feel just awful. Really? But I think we're also feeling a lot of pain. Maybe our own language should be a signal to us to, hey, cool it.
To look and to take care of our own pain. I think it was very helpful to me that one Christmas I was telling you about a little bit earlier, where I
know what you're going to say, so I'm laughing ahead of time.
Right.
The audience will have to forgive me.
Where I just, had a huge Christmas. It was one of my earlier ones when I was in my, I probably was 27 or 28, and I had a great big lot of family there for Christmas Eve and for the days right before Christmas and whatever. And things finally calmed down on Christmas Day, and I only had my father and his wife and their 2 daughters and my own family there. And all of a sudden I realized that I hadn't planned a Christmas dinner. I hadn't planned any Christmas dinner at all. And I think after that, and we pulled a pot roast out of the freezer and somehow got it cooked and got some food. And
The honey and the pot roast.
Right, that's right. I mean, a pot roast was raw. There was no turkey dinner. I just hadn't planned it. And I think it helped me sort of laugh a little bit more about how, because I didn't do that because I had just done too much else, and I just forgot. I forgot I had
Did
another meal
everybody
to...
sort of laugh through this? Your family?
Well,
Carried that quite that far.
the Joanne, who is my father's wife, helped me get the meal together, and she and I laughed about it, and I don't think anyone else actually noticed. They were so
That's
busy with...
another thing that I think is really important. I think that we perceive all of this, and perhaps an awful lot of it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It truly, truly doesn't matter if you buy your wrapping paper in one place or if you buy it in the other. I mean, some of the things that people set up for themselves, it's like some sort of obstacle course. At the holidays, I mean, you would not consider buying your bows. I mean, at work, I get such a kick listening to people at work. You would buy your holiday ribbon in, and I don't want to say the name of any store, my goodness, when you can get it, that's the other thing, 35 cents less, 6 miles across town. What's the matter with you? No wonder you never have any money. Again, this competitive sort of thing.
Have we said enough about that? I mean, I wonder if we sort of explain that. I think that that's something that happens between women, that we compete with each other instead of say to each other, which we probably would have liked our moms to have said, instead of saying, gee, what would you really like to do? I mean, what bows do you really like? Or what would be really fun for you and what will you really enjoy?
There's a woman at work, and we are filming this, I have to tell the audience, in the beginning of November. In fact, today's election day. There's a woman at work, and this is why I had to say when we're filming this, who announced yesterday at lunch, very proud, and I have to give a little bit of her body language, but very proud. I have all of my Christmas shopping finished and wrapped, including all the stocking stuffers. Well, I wish you could have seen the faces on the rest of the staff. They looked like they wanted to kill her. There are a few that admired her, but the majority of people were seething through their hamburgers at this woman who was apparently such a very organized person. But I guess that's maybe her goal is she's probably in competition with herself, is what I tried to figure out, that she has to have it finished by election day. In fact, I think she said something like that. Well, I'm always done by election day. I could have killed her, It's like I hadn't even been thinking about it. This is what we do to each other.
Yes, and it is. It's a
How nice we
competitive
are.
thing among women. And I think that, in fact, at least my experience is that I've known many women who really are lovely gift givers, much better than me, but they really do a lovely job, and they're very thoughtful, and it's one of our better skills. But I think we also are competitive with each other in a way
We
that's...
compete, though, with ourselves, too. It's like I've got to do as well as I did last year.
Yes.
Maybe last year you had more time.
That's right. Or more money. Or maybe last year you weren't so reminded of something that's making you sad this year. And that really you need less pressure but more time for self-reflection or caring about yourself.
I think that, that's an important thing, and I want to step back. We've only got like 3 minutes left in the program, and I know it really goes fast. See, we got down to about 3 here.
Right. Third on the list.
I liked your point that we need to do things for ourselves around the holidays, things that we enjoy. Even if you enjoy going into a specific shop and you're not really looking for a present, go ahead and do that. Spend that time for yourself. What are some other things? I suppose relaxation exercises would be a good thing too.
Sure, relaxation is always a good thing. I think thinking of things that, I think things for yourself that help you feel connected to the folks you want to feel connected to. My own sense is that It also can be very hard with friends at the holidays, that you have a lot of expectations, and maybe it's good to remember that there's time for connections and parties with friends after the holidays, and that there are things to do that you all year round. But I think things that help you feel a sense of connection are a
Well,
good
we're
thing
going
to
to
do.
get disconnected right now.
Right.
To our audience, so thank you. Help me join. I can't even speak. I'm just so into this holiday. Thanks for joining us, and I'd like to thank Elizabeth for coming again and helping us through this. I'll see you all around town when I get my Christmas tree put away, and you'll notice I'll be real happy and completely stress-free at that point. See ya. Have a nice holiday.
you want to put my name in, that's okay. So everything started to know. Well, was it scary? Yes, it is. It's scary to move from one city to another. It's scary to move from one job to another.
And that doesn't just mean moving to the community. That means to other people that are moving that it's good.
I think it always is. Because what you're doing is that you're leaving something you know, something that you're good at. And you're going to something that you think you're going to be good at, but you don't really know for sure.
This has never been a dream. I mean, how do you know that you'd like to do this?
I think that you know you would like to do it. Someone offers you the position, and you now have a moment of truth, as it were. And you have to say, from what I know at this point, do I think I want this enough to abandon what I've built up somewhere else? And I guess, to my way of thinking, it was definitely, and now I know for sure that it is definitely, worth the chance, because that's the way you grow. You have to move from one position to another. And inevitably, as you grow, you're leaving what seems warm and comfortable, and you're going to something that involves a certain degree of risk.
I just want to go back to that for a second because you're too young for this. When I entered the workforce, you were told that it was best to stay in a position and not to move on. You were called things like a grasshopper. And people receive awards for not leaving. You get a watch if you stay like 25, 30 years or something like that. And people would look at your resume, and if you have too many jobs on there, something was considered to be wrong with you. Has it changed?
I think it's partly changed. Whether the change is good or not, I can't quite tell you. When I started, I remember people saying that they thought maybe 3 jobs in a career was enough, 2 different organizations. And I thought they were probably correct, and I used to work it out as to when I could make a change. But it depends a lot on which direction the career is going. In academics, it's very typical is that if you move up, you also move somewhere else. There were, after all, only so many business deanships open, and so they have a whole page of that. And the dean where I was about to quit. I asked him, said, "What is why did you this job?" So the consequence was that I had to move. And the alternative would have been to stagnate or move in some other direction.
But there are many reasons for moving. And yours, I can understand that there wasn't something open about. Suppose that a person is in a job and wants to move up, but doesn't see the right type of opportunity or wants to try something else, a whole other type of profession. Maybe they're doing word processing and they think, well, enough of word processing, let's go on and do some photography, and then enough of photography, and go on to do something else. I see more and more young people, sitting with maybe people, maybe professors as well, who are taking majors and courses.
Yes, that's almost like a dead-end job, a dead-end career. You just have no desire to go any further and you want to. You don't feel like you're going anywhere and you're not getting yourself satisfied.
I don't really like it for one reason or another.
It just stops. What do you do about that?
Well, I can tell you what I would do about it, but first of all, let me give you a little bit of background from my perspective. A lot of traditional women's jobs, what are now called women's careers, but which never were careers, were never intended as careers, were always intended as dead ends. If you look at an organization and you look at the hierarchy, then how do you get to be president? You can be the best secretary in the world. You will never get to be president. So the consequence is that if you're ambitious, and if your ambition says to you that I want to get to there, and I'm here now, and you're in one of those dead-end hierarchies, you're going to have to leave it at some point.
So you do want to move up and you find the opportunity to move up. So you
do it alone to have support from maybe higher up, mentors? How would you go about doing it, do you see?
As much support as you can, but do it.
And have gone with somebody or do it by yourself? Well, which is the best way?
You brought up the issue of mentors. Mentors can be very good. I think all of us want help from somebody in the inside.
They say help from above. We always have the program lots, a lot of help from above.
Well, the thing here is that I was helped by the person who called me in the middle of the night and said, we've got this position.
You didn't know that program, by the way. You didn't know when the phone rang in the middle of the night.
I don't remember that. But I do remember distinctly saying to myself, I decided I wasn't going to apply for that position. I knew about the position beforehand. And he convinced me. Because anything goes wrong, I'm going to go back. But as far as mentors go, the good part is that there's a program of things that you could get into yourself. They can support you when you need it. They can give you advice that may take you years ahead of where you would be if you just sat down and thought about it. The bad part is that if you hook yourself to the wrong mentor, you may be swept out with efforts to reach the organization. You may find yourself roadblocked with their career roadblock. So the consequence is that you have to know something about the mentor, and probably you won't. The advice that most of us get when we're talking to people about career development is don't be afraid to use more than one mentor. Don't be bashful about it. Don't be bashful about saying to a mentor at some point, perhaps not officially, you're a good friend and I appreciate what you've done. But unofficially, I'm going to go and find a different mentor. I don't trust your advice any longer. And I still want to keep you as a good close friend.
How do you find among people are putting out there, gee, I'd really like to have one of those. I want somebody as opposed to give me a hand. They don't advertise anywhere. I've been looking under M in the back department. How do I find one of these nice fatherly and motherly people that's going to share all of this wealth of information and pull me up and make me the CEO someday?
Well, they're going to make you the CEO someday, unless they already happen to be the CEO, and they leave on good conditions with the organization, or if they own it. And if you know somebody who owns the organization that you happen to be in, enjoy your relationship with them. But for the rest of us, I think the way in which you find a mentor first is by probing your friendship group. Because you may very well be friends with somebody who can help you a lot. At the same time, probe your informal organization. By informal, what I mean is that there may be somebody who lives across the street, who happens to be in your carpool. There may be somebody who rides the elevator with you.
Often the girl knows. You never know. Who is ahead of you or behind you?
The surprising thing is that all these people eat. They all go to restaurants. They all this old scruffy professor who's made his students over the last 20 years really knows how things are done here. And he is doing the size of your career, making sure that you come through okay.
Sounds like the Big Brother organization and the people that don't have any idea what we're talking about might do. It's someone who's been there before and is going to help you show you the ropes. I like the idea that it's okay to ask for it. I think that maybe as women, especially as women, we're just afraid to ask for things. Many teachers who made me that if you ask, most of the time people say yes. And we have found it in the programming that we've done, the 2 series that we have done. In the beginning when we sat down and thought about doing these, we thought, well, who would help? Well, obviously you can. It was amazing to me that all I needed to do was pick up the phone and tell people what we were doing, what our goals were, and people for them, we've been going on like 2 years. I still am amazed that I think only one person said, I can't do it right now, but I'll come some other time.
Well, it is surprising, and it's also surprising what you can do, like putting out information. Here's where I want to go, here's where I live. Tell everybody you're seeing, because somebody somewhere has confidence.
How much information should you give us to just, tell a little bit about yourself? Did you make yourself look really good? Like you said before, bring a portfolio, but just how much did you let people know about yourself?
At a job interview, or when you're just hoping to put something out in the
Just say you're hoping to put something out in the world.
That's
in a minute, because people are going to wonder if they really know anything about a portfolio. We had started filming for our audience, and something went wrong with the tape, and that was on the first page, and so maybe to go back a minute. Okay, just say in an interview. In an interview, I've never interviewed before. How do you present yourself? Because a lot of people are very nervous about interviews. How do you present yourself? You've got to sell yourself rather quickly.
That's right.
How do you do that without sounding like you've got a skull in the head?
Well, I'm sure that you remember the old song, if there's no second chance, make a first impression. It's absolutely correct. And we've done a lot of research evidence that points in that same direction. So what you try to do is you try to bring things that are concrete with you to an interview. Things that you can point to and say, this is what I've done. I've done all these things. And it's undeniable. You don't want to say, I'm the greatest. Let them drive and take reasons. Unless, of course, they ask you. And if they ask you, don't do that. Don't ever say, I'm the second greatest, because then the question is, who's the first greatest and how can I hire them?
So it's okay to say that. I was going to ask questions like that. Or how do you rate yourself?
I say, well, the way in which I rate myself, and I might be biased, but I believe that I'm certainly the best person for this job. Are there better people? Yes, but say I've already had the job and they've left it. and you happen to be in this job, that's why you're interviewing me for it.
I see a little bit of humor here in this type of presentation. Does that have to do to what could be construed as, again, the grown-up stuff? A little bit of humor?
you're the only woman and you have all these